Good evening, everyone. This is the regular board meeting for the El Paso ISD Board of Trustees. The date is November 18th, 2025. The time is 5:03, and this meeting is now called to order. We are going to begin with item number 2, the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please stand. Thank you. If we can please have a moment of silence. Thank you. We will now move on to item number 4, recognitions.
Good evening, Board President Hanani, board members, and Interim Superintendent Aguirre. Can I please invite you to the front of the dais, please? I am Liza Rodriguez from Communications, and I am here this evening to recognize some of our amazing district students and staff. Our first recognition tonight honors a group of students who have dedicated countless hours to perfecting their craft, working together in unison, and meeting the high standards required of elite marching bands. We are so proud that 5 of El Paso ISD marching bands earned superior ratings this season and advanced to the UIL area competition. Congratulations to the following bands for their hard work, musical excellence, and artistry in motion. Andres High School. Directed by Derek Andrade, Kimberly Prieto, Manny Talamantes, and the production title is Just Keep Swimming. Also directed by David Gonzalez. Thank you, Andrews High School. Next is Coronado High School, directed by James Smith, Jessica Shin, Catherine Andrade, and Veronica Fuentes. Their production title was Enlightenment. Congratulations, Coronado. Next is El Paso High School, directed by Ricky Villardel, Noah Rodriguez, Isela Granados. Their production title was X Marks the Spot. First is Franklin. Thank you, El Paso High. Next is Franklin High School, directed by David Boma, Patrick Caraveo, David Alvarado, and Don Menchaca. Their production title was The Portal. Thank you, Franklin. And our last high school today is Irvin High School, directed by Roman Lechuga, production title, What Lies Beneath. Congratulations, Irvin High School and all of our marching bands. The next recognition is for our winners of this year's KTSM Weatherfest. El Paso ISD students made a strong showing at this year's competition, showcasing the district's commitment to raising curious minds ready to innovate in the world of STEM. And 2 of our campuses took home top awards, and they brought them here to share with you. They're right in front of you. Franklin High School, the returning champions, won Best Overall High School for a project addressing flooding prevention and urban heat reduction. The team was led by Michael Lechner. Do they want to lift it? Okay, that's good. No, I think that's okay. Thank you, Franklin High School. And the top honor this year at Weatherfest went to Austin High School, the Ultimate Weather Warrior Award. For a project examining the environmental impact of AI data centers, and the team was led by teacher Emily Kent. Congratulations, Austin High School. The next recognition is for one of our outstanding nurses. Nurses play such a vital role in building strong communities on our campuses and caring for our students. We are so thrilled that one of our own has been selected as the 2025 Texas School Nurse of the Year by the Texas School Nurse Organization. Yvonne Guerrero from Canyon Hills was named the Region 19 School Nurse of the Year in May and went on to win the statewide title. In her 9 years with the district, Ms. Guerrero has made significant contributions to school nursing by advocating for students and fostering community and morale among her colleagues. Please join me in congratulating Yvonne Guerrero with a round of applause. Thank you. This concludes the recognitions for this evening.
That will take us to item number 5, public forum, and I'll turn it over to Trustee Cuellar.
Okay. Thank you, President Nani. If you can please play the video. Thank you.
The district is a local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in our district, and board meetings must be focused on meeting this charge. In meeting that charge, the district board meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act to conduct the business of the district. They are not, however, meetings of the public. Therefore, all persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum, that is respect for other persons, without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks. In addition, you are directed to the district's complaint procedures and board policy regarding employee, student, parent, or public complaints. The Deputy Superintendent of Administration is in attendance if you wish to discuss a matter with him. Please note that during a public forum, specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries. However, the board may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not posted on its agenda. El distrito es el organismo de gobierno local encargado de atender las necesidades educativas de todos los niños en edad escolar en nuestro distrito, y las reuniones de la Junta deben centrarse en el cumplimiento de este cargo. En el cumplimiento de este cargo, las reuniones de la Junta del Distrito son reuniones públicas bajo la Ley de Reuniones Abiertas de Texas para llevar a cabo los negocios del distrito. Sin embargo, no son reuniones del público. Por lo tanto, se espera que todas las personas que asistan muestren civismo y decoro, es decir, respeto por otras personas sin el uso de lenguaje insultante, profano, amenazante o abusivo. Los comentarios públicos no se utilizarán para ataques personales. Además, usted está dirigido a los procedimientos de queja del distrito en la política de la Junta con respecto a los empleados, estudiantes, padres o quejas públicas. Tenga en cuenta que durante el foro público la información fáctica específica o aplicación de la política existente puede ser proporcionada en respuesta a las preguntas. Sin embargo, la Junta no puede deliberar o decidir sobre cualquier tema que no está publicado en su orden del día.
All right. First speaker for open forum speakers, Norma de la Rosa.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanani, members of the board, Ms. Aguirre. I am Norma de la Rosa, president of El Paso Teachers Association. The safety and well-being of our employees and students continues to be a major concern in EPISD, but it should be a high priority. It is very easy for one to jump and scream to the media about the problem, but what is gained and where does it go? Nowhere. EPTA is here to tell you again that this is of major concern, but I will take it one step further. Rather than stand here and tell you something that you already know, We decided that it was time to stop with the same narrative and instead share with you what our members and employees who answered a survey say needs to start happening. Here's what they said. In reviewing some basic demographics from our respondents, the average number of years was between 15 and 20 years of experience, both general education and SPED. The vast majority stating they have never had training to work with students with high behavior needs. Did they feel adequately supported by their administration? And the answers fell between sometimes and never. More than half said they received no type of support and need behavior intervention training when dealing with behavior of students. More than half responded they had been assaulted, some multiple times, resulting in bruises, minor injuries, missed days, hospital and ER visits, and emotional distress. Interestingly enough, when asked if incidents had been reported to administration, many said no because students were not held accountable, teachers were blamed, no consequences, and the district requiring of students' intentions were malicious. Here's what teachers are saying they want and need to protect themselves and their students. Quick and definitely more administrative response and support both at the campus and district level, which means students and parents are held accountable. Students are not rewarded for bad behavior by being given candy, toys, brownies, etc., plus more training. Parent and student accountability. More training for all teachers, not just SPED, especially on autistic students in a general ed setting, CPI training. Inform teachers of existing behavior issues, thus being better prepared to protect themselves and the other students. SPED teachers need to be in the classroom and not in collaboratives. Provide additional staff assistance. AIM units need to be on all campuses and SPED directors and facilitators more visible on campuses. Smaller class sizes for self-contained units. When employees are assaulted, district and campus administration need to check in on them to make sure they are okay physically and mentally. Listen to what your employees are telling you they need. There is so much more, but this is what stood out the most. The ball is in your court. What happens next is up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De La Rosa.
Next speaker, Adrian Cifuentes.
Howdy. Good evening, President, trustees, interim superintendent. My name is Adrian Cifuentes, and I teach at Andrews High School in District 5, serving the hardworking families of Northeast El Paso. I started with this district at 22. I'm 40 now. I've spent nearly 2 decades investing my life, my heart, and my energy into this work, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. But I need to be honest with you tonight. Morale is low, and it's not because we stopped loving our students. It's because it's getting harder to survive while doing the work we love. This year, insurance premiums went up. Groceries cost more. Gas costs more. Teachers, bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria workers, paraprofessionals, all of us are trying to stretch paychecks that no longer stretch. And many of us are quietly asking, do I buy my kids Christmas presents or do I finally take care of my teeth? Do I fill my prescription or do I fill the fridge? Those are real questions, not dramatizations. And in the middle of that, we were told there would be no winter stipend this year. I want to be clear. I'm not here to play politics. Others might. I'm not. I'm here because I see things, and I can't unsee them. I see money being spent on a school with dismal enrollment that continues to operate with minimal impact. I see redundant online platforms purchased without teacher input, overlapping systems that confuse more than they help. I see consultants with hefty invoices pushing the Fundamental 5, an 80-page book of recycled best practices that every seasoned teacher already knows and has refined through years of experience. And I see a district that can afford to buy out a superintendent's contract, but can't seem to find the funds to help the people who show up for kids every single day. That's not political. That's just what's real. If this district can pay people to leave, it can pay something, anything, to the people who stay. A one-time winter stipend for employees earning under $100,000 wouldn't just help financially, It would help emotionally. It would tell the bus driver warming up the engine before dawn, the paraprofessional giving love and patience to our most vulnerable students, the custodian who keeps our classrooms clean, and the cafeteria worker who feeds hundreds of kids every day. We see you. We value you. Morale isn't a luxury. It's survival. It's what keeps classrooms full, cafeterias running, buses on schedule, and campuses safe. Mr. Osterland, you know Andrus. You know our people. And to the entire board, this is your moment to show that you see us too. We're not asking for extravagance. We're asking for acknowledgement, for compassion, for fairness. Because at the end of the day, we're not numbers, forms, or contracts. We're the ones keeping the lights on for the children of this district. And it's time for the district to keep the light on for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cifuentes.
Next speaker, Sherry Ryder.
Good evening, Board President, board members, interim superintendent. My name is Sherry Ryder. I'm a speech pathologist with EPISD for the past 38 years. I am also the victim of student violence. I'm here to speak about the rising violence in our schools. I am appalled at the level of violence that is happening. I'm upset because all you guys want to do is form a committee to look into it. I'm here to tell you that you can form all the committees you want, but it won't do any good. I'm here to tell you that this society is broken. Parents and students do not take responsibility for their actions. Not all parents, of course, but a good many. Let me tell you what's transpired this school year. A teacher at Jefferson High School was violently assaulted by a student and now has a traumatic brain injury. A third grade student stabbed a first grade student because she was bothering him. 2 second grade boys were found in the bathroom beating up another second grader, and then there's me. I was assaulted, kicked in my bad leg. The kick was so hard that it opened up an incision line, causing me to have 2 additional surgeries in the past 2 months. I am now sporting about 25, 30 stitches in my leg. These attacks are just the few of the many that we have dealt with. How do you teach? How do we teach if we're constantly threatened? Can you feel safe when we're scared to go to work? What is happening here? I'll tell you. There's no self-control. There's no self-awareness. It's always, what did you do to my child? Or you must have provoked him. Or my favorite excuse is, well, he has a disability. When you go to a restaurant, do you ever see families just talking anymore? No. Everybody's on their phones. The little ones have tablets. Kids do not know how to resolve conflicts. They lack the emotional regulation needed to make good decisions. They lack parental oversight. And finally, they lack the language skills necessary to be able to have a conversation with others. When are parents going to be held accountable for their children? When are we as educators going to be given the respect that we so richly deserve? When are parents going to realize that not everyone is out to get their precious children? It starts at home, ladies and gentlemen. You can have a committee for the committee, and it won't solve the problem. I don't come to work and expect to be assaulted. And I'm sorry if I've offended any of the parents in the audience today, but this behavior cannot continue. Parents need to take responsibility for the actions of their children. I raised 3 daughters. My daughters are raising their children. We have to do what's right for the children. And that's the only good thing that Governor Abbott has done is ban cell phones in the schools, okay? On a different note, why are we as valued employees not getting a winter stipend? You have money for all kinds of frivolous programs, gizmos, and gadgets. Why not share it with your employees? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryder.
Thank you, Ms. Ryder.
Next speaker, Javier Moreno.
Good evening, Board President, Trustees, and Superintendent. My name is Officer Javier Moreno, and tonight I stand here with my fellow EPISD police officers, men and women who protect this district every single day. Our presence here is intentional. What I'm bringing forward is not one officer's opinion. It is a shared concern across the entire department. And at this point, staying silent is no longer an option. Let me begin with the reality of our staffing. EPISD has 72 schools and over a dozen vacant properties. On an average day, we have roughly 20 officers available to cover all of these areas. That leaves entire regions without timely coverage, forces officers to respond across long distances, and prevents us from being visible, proactive, and preventative on our campuses. This is not an operational inconvenience. It is a systemic failure that places students, staff, and officers at risk. Our equipment, specifically our radios, they routinely fail inside buildings, around portables, and even during dangerous active calls. When an officer cannot reach dispatch or call for backup, this is not a minor issue. It's a direct and immediate threat to safety. These failures have been documented, reported, and even acknowledged, but still, they have come unresolved. Compensation and retention. We're losing experienced officers faster than we can replace them. And every departure takes years of training and expertise with it. Our local agencies offer better pay, better support, and safer conditions. Without this competitive compensation, retention will continue to fall, and this district will feel the impact on every campus and at every call. Lastly, we must address leadership, directly, respectfully, and honestly. The challenges I'm describing demand strong, transparent, and responsive action from the top down. Most of our officers feel unheard and unsupported. Critical concerns about staffing, equipment, safety, and retention are not being meaningfully addressed. Communication is inconsistent, and decision-making lacks transparency. The tone being set from the top is creating confusion, frustration, and declining morale throughout the department. A police department cannot function effectively when frontline officers feel minimized, ignored, or left out of the decisions that impact them every day. Tonight, we are asking for your help, for real, actionable help. We're asking for reliable radios that meet the basic minimum standards. We're asking for competitive compensation that stops the loss of trained officers. We're asking for a realistic staffing plan for the district and its properties. We're asking, most importantly, we're asking for accountable, transparent leadership that supports officers and strengthens our school safety. Most importantly, we're asking for a meaningful and independent evaluation of the department, one that includes a private, direct conversation with officers. We're not here to criticize the district. We're here because we care deeply about it. We care about the students and staff on every campus, but we cannot continue to do this job effectively without meaningful action from this board. The safety of the district depends on its police department, on a police department that is properly staffed, it's properly equipped, and properly led.
Great, thank you, Officer Moreno. That's time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Moreno.
Next speaker, Jason Hart. Mr. Hart. Or Officer Hart. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, members of the board, trustees, and intern superintendent. My name is Officer Hart, and I serve as a school resource officer with EPISD Police. I'm here to speak briefly about the officers' staffing retention because it directly affects the safety of our students and the staff every single day. Right now, our district operates with roughly 20 police officers. That leaves roughly 16 officers on any given day out in the field. That number is already really far below the needed and adequate coverage for every high school, middle school, and every elementary campus. In practice, the district is missing approximately the same number of officers again, if not more. That gap forces officers to stretch themselves across multiple campuses, reduces response capabilities, and increase the risk of serious incidents may go unserved for longer than it should. The issue isn't dedication. Our officers are committed, trained, and doing everything we can with what we have. The issue is retention and recruitment. We cannot attract new officers, and we cannot retain the officers we already have when compensation is not competitive with the surrounding agencies. Other districts and departments offer substantially higher pay, benefits, incentives. Our officers are leaving not because they want to, but because they cannot afford to stay. I also wanted to briefly highlight another factor that reflects the broader staffing challenges. The district is currently paying El Paso Police Department officers $60 an hour for off-duty work at campuses that are not staffed by EPISD police. Under the current MOU between EPPD and EPISD, EPPD officers working off-duty on our campus do not handle any calls or cases on school grounds. They receive higher compensation, yet they are not required to perform the same duties or meet the same operational expectations as EPISD officers. I'm not criticizing them. They are doing exactly what the agreement allows. But it shows that the significant funding is already being spent on school security. Redirecting even a portion of that investment towards strengthening our own department through competitive pay would allow us to hire and retain the full-time officers needed to properly staff every campus. It will also ensure that the officers present on school are fully equipped, empowered, and obligated to handle calls, cases, and incidents that arise. If EPISD wants to build and maintain a safe learning environment, district-wide staffing must match the expectations. Students, teachers, and campus administrations deserve an officer who is physically present on campus, not one trying to cover several schools at once. Public safety cannot rely on hope or luck. It requires personnel. My request is simply that the board considers aligning officers' compensation with the responsibility and expectations placed on us. Competitive pay would give the district the ability to hire the officers it needs to retain the officers already saving our campuses. It is a practical step towards strengthening safety district-wide. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to the safety of our students and staff.
Thank you, Officer Hart.
Next speaker, Karen Galanter. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, Cara Cervantes, sorry.
Good afternoon, Board President Hanani, board members, and Ms. Aguirre. My name is Cara Cervantes, and I sit on the executive board for El Paso AFT. I wanted to take a minute just to speak about the recent naming of a new superintendent for our district. I want to address the impact that this decision will have on not only teachers and staff, but also students, parents, and community members. EPISD is the largest school district in El Paso, so selecting a new superintendent not only affects teachers, staff, employees, and community members, but also shapes the future for thousands of students. I can only assume this decision was not taken lightly. It is my hope that before our new superintendent steps into his role, he'll use all the feedback given at the meetings held throughout the district to truly understand what type of leader our community is looking for. I'm also asking that you as board members share the concerns and suggestions that our teachers have voiced via email and at previous board meetings. After all, they are the ones who know the day-to-day needs of our schools and students, as well as the challenges our district faces. If our goal is to make EPISD the district of choice for El Paso, the board and superintendent need to collaborate with teachers and staff. We have some of the best teachers in the state, and we need to use their knowledge and experience. When large-scale decisions are based on feedback and insights gained from the classrooms, our schools will thrive. Most importantly, I'm asking for you to be transparent. Transparency is a word that we heard used a lot during the recent school board elections. However, we as a community have not seen much of it to this point. The process of selecting the lone candidate for superintendent is a perfect example of the lack of transparency thus far. I know I speak for all 2,400 plus members of EPAFT when I say that open communication and transparency are crucial for success. Our teachers have been begging for transparency, and it's time that you give it to them. With that being said, I am cautiously optimistic and looking forward to working with Dr. Lusk in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Cervantes.
Next speaker, Ross Moore. Mr. Moore. Okay. And last speaker, Ann Margaret Gallardo.
For short people.
Good afternoon, President Hanani, board members, Ms. Aguirre. I am Margaret Gallardo, Special Education Resource Inclusion Teacher at Moreno Elementary and the Vice President of El Paso Teacher Association. The reason I am speaking before you today is to give you the responses from a survey that we took regarding a winter stipend. The question asked was, what would a winter stipend mean to you? We had an amazing response from employees either online or with handwritten notes. I am certain that more people wanted to respond, but one, were reluctant because they feared that using their voices, and two, they felt that they would not be listened to anyway. I have 2 envelopes for each of you, and while we understand the difficulty that public education funding is currently having, EPTA feels that it is extremely important for you to hear from the employees of EPISD, especially from the voices that do not typically speak out or are afraid to. The hopes of a winter stipend have been on the minds of most employees since the beginning of the school year, and while we think that it may not be possible now, we are still hopeful, and hopeful that the opportunity may present itself in the spring. Either way, I bring with you the thoughts and feelings of EPISD, voices of custodians, cafeteria and maintenance staff, professionals, paraprofessionals, administrators, teachers, and many more who wanted to let you know what that winter stipend would mean to them and their families. Going forward, it is my hope that when we come to you with issues on campuses or departments, that we are able to come with solutions, or at least the possibilities of problem solving. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank my fellow executive board member, Ms. Anderson, for the wonderful idea of reaching out to our fellow EPISD colleagues through the survey and through the letter writing. Thank you. And I don't know who I give these.
Thank you, Ms. Gallardo.
Is it your birthday, Ms. Gallardo? Oh, 6, 7. Yes. Awesome. That concludes the list of signed up speakers.
Thank you. We have one change to the agenda. We will be moving the reports. Item 9C to right before item number 7. Additionally, just a quick note that there is actually no item 9B. So just an error on the agenda. So the only, so it'll be 9C before item number 7, and then we'll have the 9A report.
President Hanani, is 9C being rescheduled?
No, they're doing it now.
Oh.
We're just moving it up on the agenda.
Perfect.
Just
I
because there's a
had
lot of
asked
people.
for this trustee call so that our board, foundation board could be here. So we wanted to move it up.
Perfect.
Okay.
I was just really excited to hear this, so I didn't want to miss it.
No, all good. Okay, that's going to take us to item number 6, which is the consent agenda. Are there any items that anybody would like to pull from consent? I think Alex said yes. Oh, G2. Okay. G2, Ms. Collins, will be pulled. Yeah. Anything else? Okay, so we're pulling G2. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda without item G2?
Move to approve.
Do you have a second?
Second.
That is a motion by trustee Call and a second by trustee Leverage. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 7-0. We will now move to item G2. Trustee Cuellar?
Great, thank you, President Hanani. You know, I just want to kind of set the tone for, with us having a new superintendent starting pretty soon. This goes into what I'm about to say. Back in, I guess, a couple months ago, myself and I believe Ms. Macias had attended a workshop for the System of Greater Schools in Houston. And one of the, can you all hear me better? Is that better? I'm sorry. One of the speakers, right, and some of the people that we're speaking with basically stated, you know, if we're purchasing something, if there's big purchases, if something's going on in schools, the bottom line question is, how is this going to help kids? If it's not going to help the kids, then why are we using it? Why do we have it? It's, you know, that really, really rang true with me. So if you see me in the future pulling consent agenda items for ITD, for environmental services, basically anything under procurement that looks like it's a big ticket item and seems to be to where I just want to ensure that the board is making a informed decision on a lot of these projects. So that's why I decided to pull this one. I just want to make sure that all the money is going to be used wisely. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Haiti Peña. I'm the Executive Director for Procurement and School Resources. Good evening, President, Interim Superintendent, and Board of Trustees. How may I help you?
Can you put the microphone a little closer to you?
Hello.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm a little bit short. My name is Haiti Peña, the Executive Director of Procurement and School Resources. Good evening, Board President, Interim Superintendent, and Board of Trustees. This item is for RNA Consulting, and it's for Professional Environmental Consulting Services. What is it? What would you would like us to clarify?
Sure. I just want to know where all the money is being used and how.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and defer to the department on that.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Ms. Hanani and Ms. Aguirre. Joel Valencia, Director of Operations. This RNA contract is for environmental services, anything that's before 1985, asbestos, things that we need to remove, like when we did the upgrades at Crockett, the floor had asbestos, and we had to do some abatement in order to install new flooring and be able to equip that room in order to be used when we did the dance floor and other things. So it's the consulting services anytime we have any upgrades that we need to do in order to do projects that we need to upgrade.
Where it states as needed, that's, the cap
Yes.
is at
Yeah,
250.
they're on call. So
Okay.
if we're doing a project that requires any abatement and remediation or anything, we go ahead and give them a call. And then they'll come and test and let us know this is what the area that has asbestos.
Okay. Does that include any kind of lead-based paint or anything like that? Anything that would be either a hazard to the workers there or to the kids or the faculty and staff?
Mostly it's the flooring mastic and the ceiling tiles. It's what they call that. We identify it as hot.
Okay, thank you. I don't
So,
know if any other.
yeah, quick follow-up question. So this is for asbestos testing?
It's remediation. And
remediation?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I thought that was a little much just for testing, so I'm glad it's testing and remediation.
And it'll include mold as well.
Great.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Claire. Any other questions? With that, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. Move to approve item G2.
Is there a second?
Second.
That is a motion by Trustee Quare and a second by Trustee Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 7-0. We will now move to item 9C, El Paso ISD Education Foundation Annual Update. Hi there, good evening.
So, good afternoon, Board President Hanani, Interim Superintendent Aguirre, and the rest of the trustees. My name's Daniel Vasquez. I'm the district's Fund Development and Education Foundation Officer. And before we do our annual update for the Ed Foundation, I'm joined today by Ben Ariola. He's the president of Southwest University. Jeremy Burciaga, he's the vice president, and Miss Brenda Martinez. I'm very, very happy to announce that Mr. Ariola will be presenting the Ed Foundation a $500,000 check for scholarships. This is the largest donation that the Ed Foundation has ever received, and it's going to open the door to future partnerships that are going to be amazing for our students. So I think it's really critical that we acknowledge and point out that Southwest University has come to the table to help us support some of our more underserved students that traditionally don't fall in line for scholarship opportunities. And sometimes the students that attend Southwest University are those kids that are having to make a choice between college and career. And so Southwest University is going to help us bridge that gap. So before we do our annual update, I wanted to introduce Mr. Ariola to announce why and present the check to our Ed Foundation Board as well as our Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mrs. Board President, Mrs. Interim Superintendent, and trustees. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to partner and assist those students who are most in need, who have dreams, have vision, and they just need the support of the community. We're very honored and very pleased to enter into this partnership and support our future and the future leaders of El Paso. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It is an honor. Could we have you all come up to the stage here, and we're going to come down and take a picture. We're very, very grateful for you all coming down here today, and just very honored by your contribution.
After this, let's take the photo, and then we'll go over there and we'll start over. Liz, how do we pull up the PowerPoint? The thing isn't there anymore. Ms. Macias said to push the PowerPoint.
Before the foundation board leaves, I'd just like to say, as a newest EPISD board member that serves on the foundation board, I'd like to thank you all for being here tonight. The work that you all do is really amazing for our students. After meeting you all, I see that you work very hard. I'm very, very happy that we have this this new relationship with Southwest University. It's a huge donation, and we are grateful. We are so grateful. I know it's going to help our students go out into the world and do big things, and that's what we want for our students, you know? And so, again, I'm just grateful for y'all to be here, and thanks again to the board for being here. And so, again, thanks.
Yeah, and before you get into your presentation, which I can't wait to hear, I just want to echo everything that Trustee Sutton said. Look forward to many years of great collaboration with Southwest University. I think Mr. Vasquez made the understatement of the century that this was the largest donation that the foundation has ever received. I was absolutely stunned when I heard about this, and I want to thank Mr. Vasquez and in particular Mr. Russell Booth. I know he worked really, really hard on getting this, and I'm absolutely thrilled about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sutton. Thank you, Trustee Call. And thank you all for being here again tonight. Very honored. And we'd love to hear more about the good work that the foundation is doing.
Thank you. I'm still Daniel Vasquez. I'm still the Ed Foundation and Fund Development Officer. So Mr. Booth is going to go into a little bit more detail about some of the things we've done over the course of the last year, but I know some of you are surprised as to why we're presenting. The Ed Foundation in its charter has a responsibility to annually report to the El Paso ISD Board of Trustees if we have any major changes to our constitution or our bylaws, as well as to provide an annual report. That's just something that hasn't taken place in the past, and so Russell and I, in our effort to improve the fundraising opportunities and viability of the Ed Foundation, have worked really hard over the course of the last 18 months to bring the Ed Foundation up to compliance. And so tonight is our first effort at making sure that we maintain compliance, as well as to give you and the public an update on some of the things that we've accomplished over the course of the past year. That was the overview, and it was supposed to go with this slide. Instead, they had my head up there. So the Ed Foundation primarily provides scholarships for El Paso ISD students. Over the course of the last year, we have worked to come up with and create opportunities to provide immediate use revenue for the district, as well as maintain our vision for scholarship. We don't anticipate abandoning scholarship, but we are working very diligently to focus efforts and increase the amount of revenue that we can generate for students and for teachers and for the district to address some of the need that it may have. And being a 501, that gives us a little bit of flexibility in what we can do and how we can use those funds. So the mission statement of the Ed Foundation is pretty simple. Their call to arm is to provide financial resources to teachers and students. It's a separate standalone agency and an organization with a dedicated cause and purpose of supporting El Paso ISD exclusively. You saw some of them during the photo op, but this is our current board. This is the Ed Foundation board, and some of them are a little bit more veteran. Mr. Wiggs has been he's been the guiding hand of the Ed Foundation for some time. So any success or progress that the Ed Foundation has, and he'll get upset at us for sharing this, is really due in very large part to him. If you're from the Northeast, you know who Russell Wiggs is. He's a pillar of the community, and he has been instrumental in making sure that the Ed Foundation survives. We also have some pretty good representation on this executive council. Mr. Gray is the vice president. He also serves as the director of advanced academics within the district. Ms. Ostos is the vice president of development, and she's with Peter Piper Pizza. Mr. Sarah, the vice president of governance and finance, works with Progressio Consulting, and Ms. Jaquez is our director at large, and she's with Junior Achievement. This is a really varied and diverse board, and we've worked really hard over the course of the last year to bring in really strong community partners and players. And Mr. Booth is going to go into a little bit more detail. Also, per our charter, we have some appointees from our Board of Trustees, and I just want to say that over the course of the last year, we've had tremendous support from our trustees, starting last year with Mr. Call attending some of our meetings, being a voice on the board to kind of talk through the needs of the district. This year, Ms. Hanani appointed herself and Ms. Sutton as our new trustees. Ms. Sutton has been to every meeting since she's been elected. She's been to outings with us. And so just having your presence there and your participation has been very helpful, as well as Ms. Aguirre. Her first meeting, she showed up. She got a really cool bougie catered lunch at Southwest University. So maybe that's what closed the deal. I don't know, but I would like to say thank you guys, all of you, for your support. That has gone a long way in helping Russell and I get out into the community and really talk about what the district and the Ed Foundation do. Your presence at the table is very meaningful, so I thank you for that support. So before I hand this off to Russell, you've heard me talk about what we've done over the course of the last year, and I apologize, I'm somewhat under the weather, which usually happens when I present to this dais. So Russell and I came on board in these capacities in February of 2024. We first met with the Ed Foundation in '24 and met with the board in March of '24. So when I tell you we're relatively new to the job, we're very, very new to this job. But we're professional fundraisers by trade, so this is somewhat our forte. Mr. Wiggs, who is, as I mentioned, the historical keeper of fact, was out on some medical leave at the beginning of time. And then when we came on board, there were some deficiencies with our 501 status. So over the course of the last year, we've worked to overcome those things. And with that, I will hand it off to Russell to go over what we've accomplished.
Board President Hanani, Interim Superintendent Aguirre, and trustees all, thank you for having us. My name is Russell Booth. I'm the director of the Education Foundation, and like Daniel had said, we came on a little bit over a year ago. So there was some SMART goals and stuff that we took that we went out to accomplish, and I'm not gonna read them all to you because you can see those. But we've done a lot in a very short amount of time. And we have a lot more that we plan on bringing to you and to the district, and so we're looking forward to the near future. One of the biggest things was our compliance piece. So as a 501c3, our compliance was kind of shaky. So that was our first immediate need, is to bring it into compliance status. We had Boeing as our mailing address, and we hadn't had an annual report since 2015. Why this is important is that these are compliance issues that make us eligible to apply for grant funding and other funds that aren't tied to events and aren't tied to major gift donating. For instance, I could go to El Paso Electric and they would grant us the application, but because our address didn't match, we were denied. So this was a very important component in making sure that we were a viable foundation. So this was task number one when we came on board. As Mr. Vasquez had mentioned, in 2024, we came on with 6 board members. Our Constitution allowed for 18. And so we really did a job in 6 months to increase to 20 board members. Our Constitution allows 25, so if anyone's interested, we got 5 more slots. We can do that. As a nonprofit executive, nonprofit boards have bad attendance rates just in general. We have a 90% attendance rate. We have the best foundation board, bar none, and I can hold them up to just about anybody. They're absolute rock stars, and there's a lot of cool things coming. We instituted our committee structure, which is the bulwark of how we're doing what we're doing, and this is where our bread is made, and this is where our board members do a lot of great work. So I'm not going to read the committees, but you can see the committee structure. We have almost near 100% attendance at committee meetings, and we have non-board members that serve on our committees. I affectionately refer to it as our baby board. So we bring on people and we try them out and bring on to full board status. So in 2024, 2025, we had our fundraising events. We had the State of the District, which is our signature event. And you can see the numbers that it commanded. We also participated in El Paso Giving Day, and El Paso Giving Day went 100% to the district. We also take part in our spelling bee. Most people don't realize this, but the foundation is the main purveyor of the Scripps National Spelling Bee here in El Paso. And this is significant because we command all of West Texas and all of southern New Mexico. It's controlled by the foundation board, and us as staff members. This isn't typically a fundraising event, but this is a huge PR thing for us, and we've chosen to continue with it. And then and also the golf tournament as well. So those are some fun events, and we got more things in the pipeline. Our grant revenue, mentioning the compliance piece, these are some of the grants that came through. There could be more, but we've been working and massaging that compliance issue. So funds raised for last year was a little under $200,000. Our three largest events were State of the District Golf Tournament and our grant activity. This represents the largest amount that has been raised by the foundation. And right now, we're in the process of diversifying our funding streams. As mentioned earlier, this is our annual report, and we gave out $84,000 last year. So this is a great thing. So now we are on annual report number 3. And then I'm going to hand off the rest of this to Mr. Vasquez.
I thought I had enough wind in me to make it to my closing, so I apologize. Thank you for the water. So by law, I have to come and report any changes that have happened since we last presented. To be very honest, I don't know when the Ed Foundation last presented, so I'm just going to share with you what we've done over the course of the last 18 months, and if I'm not compliant, I apologize, Ceci. Essentially what we did was we updated our committees. Before Russell and I took over the Ed Foundation, we had no committee structures, so we've added that to our bylaws. We updated the listings and our officers. We changed some of the officer names. And then, as Russell mentioned to you several times, we've changed our mailing address and listed us being here. And then we removed some of the verbiage from some of the voting and meeting allowabilities. For example, we've allowed virtual and telephonic meetings, and then I think we removed stuff like limo services and cabs as far as reimbursement. So all in all, we essentially just updated our operational practices and our bylaws to be a little bit more contemporary and be more flexible with the fundraising needs of the Ed Foundation. And as Russell mentioned, we look to continue to grow that. This is the calendar of events for the coming year. So I know most of these have already been sent out to you. I hope that you'll be able to join us. This week, we're going to roll out the 5K event to our teachers and our principals at Leadership by Design. We've got some incentives for them. It's going to be at Burgess High School. So some of you are very familiar with Burgess. I expect to see you there December 6th. You don't have to run, you can walk. State of the District will be in February. We did that this year to give us a little bit of time to get our sea legs under us, as well as introduce the new superintendent at that time. So we didn't want to do this in October without a superintendent in place. So that was an executive decision that Ms. Aguirre and I made collectively, and I think it was a good call. And as we mentioned, the spelling bee is still up, and we'll have another cool golf tournament, and at the end of the year, the scholarship ceremony for our students. And again, I'm that guy. I raise money for a living, so my job is to remind you, we did a good thing here. And Southwest University came to us because last year we asked them to support State of the District. They couldn't do it. We got to them a little bit too late. And Russell and I gave away some tables to some folks that we wanted to be in discussion with, and Southwest University was one of them. They came to us after the event and said, we need to talk. They had some questions about things going on with the district. We answered those questions. Mr. Gray did some site visits to some of our campuses. We shared P-TECH. Him and Mr. Long talked about college career readiness, and because of those discussions and because they saw what we were doing at State of the District and then they saw what we were doing in our schools, they were ready to come and support EPISD. So despite some of the stuff that leads, there's a lot of good stuff going on in our district, and this is proof that people want to be a part of that good business. So thank you for your time. I apologize for my crackly voice, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
Thank you, we appreciate that. Before I get into my comments about the presentation, I just want to take a moment to recognize Mr. Wiggs' leadership and service to the Foundation Board. Anybody who lives through being an elected school board trustee and still comes back to volunteer their time is the epitome of a public servant, and we're just, very blessed to have the legend that is Russell Wiggs. So thank you, Mr. Wiggs, for your continued service. And thanks to you both as well for all the hard work that you do. I remember being on the foundation, coming to the meetings quite a few years ago and just seeing kind of how low we were raising, and to see that over doubled and to see the large contributions coming in, is really a testament to your hard work. So happy that Mindy has has really been completely engaged and so excited about being on the board. That's awesome that we have a trustee that is super, super committed and able to be there at all the meetings. So thank you, Trustee Sutton, for, your engagement as well. And just a great will of things. Keep up the good work. Not sure if I will run, but I will try to be out there to at least walk. Trustee Cuellar just gave me a nod that he'll try to do the same. So it'd be great to see all of us out here. So thank you.
Trustee Cole, do you mind if I go first?
Please.
So I'd like to say a few things. I'm going to echo President Hanani's words about Mr. Wiggs. I've been blessed to know him and his wife. I'm sorry. And I'm proud to sit in this chair that he used to sit in. And I'm honored. I'm so sorry. Thanks again to you guys. I do appreciate everything you've done for our district. It's a lot, and a lot of people don't know what you've done. I did not know that was going to happen. I'm sorry. To make it lighter, we attended the golf tournament for East Lettas, and I don't know how much they made, but we're going to make more at ours. So get out there and play, and if you don't know how to play, get somebody to play. So, but yes, thanks to you both. I will be running in the 5K. Please don't take any pictures. And yes, I'm blessed to know you as well and work with y'all, because I think you guys do a wonderful job in what you do. So thanks.
Yeah, just also about the Wiggs. It's I've looked up to Mr. Wiggs for a long time, and it's not easy, doing what he's done and what he did as a. I'm blessed to have known Mr. Wiggs professionally as well as personally, where we're both State Farm agents together, and it's tough to serve as a trustee as well as having a small business at the same time, and trying to split your time between the two, and missing out a lot, in the business world because because you invested so much time here. So we appreciate you. And I actually do have a question for the foundation here. So you guys hit the ground running in February of 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and remind me how many full-time FTEs that the full-time equivalents that the foundation has?
None. It's just Mr. Booth. He was brought on.
Right.
To
So,
do that.
I just want to highlight that for a second. As a small business owner, I'm always looking at ROI, and it just adding up the numbers in my head versus what we spend on the salary, the one salary for the foundation. That is a killer ROI. Last school year, plus it's out of this world this year with this donation from Southwest University. So keep it going. Can't wait to see what happens next.
We'll keep working. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Collin, and thank you again. Any other comments? No? Okay, thank you. That will now take us to item number 7A, public hearing to present the 2025-26 federal and state school improvement accountability plans for identified campuses.
Oh, it's not there anymore. There should be a PDF down there. The icon is missing. The icon at the bottom for the PDF is missing. Thank you. Over to. Thank you. You're welcome. Let me see.
Thank you so much. We would never be able to do that by memory like we've pulled out in the past, so I appreciate your help, Liz. Good evening, President Hattie, Interim Superintendent Aguirre, and members of the board. Al Garcia, Chief Academic Officer. I have with me our Director of Transformation and School Improvement, Monica Chavez. This evening, we're going to have a sort of a little bit of a deep dive, a short, brief deep dive over the narrative that's included in the board packet and backup material with regards to school improvement. We do have 3 types of school improvement practices and that we're engaged in right now. And there's very briefly the TIPS, the TAPS, and the LIPS. So the TAPS are the targeted improvement plan. I'm sorry, targeted improvement plan. We have the LIPS, which are the local improvement plans, and then we have the turnaround plans. So beside Monica, we have the principals who have been part of the process and engaging Monica in the work to ensure that our compliance pieces are in place. And so with that, we'll take it away. This is a public hearing, so at the end, we will ask for any public comment that we might have. So the purpose is to conduct our public hearing to ensure that we comply with both our federal and state accountability standards. As we talked about, our campuses, there's about 18 of them, have been identified for improvement that's required, either because they're under comprehensive support and improvement, additional targeted support, and then targeted support improvement for accountability systems. And at the end, we'll make a recommendation for your approval. And I'll turn it over to Monica.
Good evening, Board President Nani, Interim Superintendent Ms. Aguirre, and our Board of Trustees. So I am honored this year to serve as the TEA District Coordinator of School Improvement, and I am serving alongside our principals and our executive principals as we work together the beginning of this year to develop the school improvement plans that we are presenting to you, and you have received an executive summary with more details of those plans for approval and submission at the end of this week to TEA. Okay? So in order to give you a little more insight of the improvement plans, we're going to do a brief summary, and I know it doesn't look brief because it's a lot of information, but if you look at the accountability manual, this really is brief. So there are 3 identification labels. There's targeted support and improvement that escalates to additional targeted support, and then the ultimate or the final identification is comprehensive support and improvement. The first 2 are identifications based on individual or student subgroups. So based on how our student subgroups perform and whether they're meeting the federal targets or getting closer to the federal targets. Those campuses who have student groups who are underperforming for 3 consecutive years are identified as targeted support and improvement. If a campus student group is performing below the bottom 5% of the state, that they're identified as additional targeted support and improvement. And in comprehensive support and improvement includes all student subgroups that are calculated by the Closing the Gaps federal scores as the bottom 5% in the state. So once identified, campuses are then required to either create a local improvement plan, so TSI and ATS are local improvement plans. And I'd just like to say, all of our plans are developed and we have our action steps, our milestones, and we're monitoring them quarterly, and we're ensuring that those action steps are aligned to student outcomes. And so as we look at this progress, all of our plans follow the same support and monitoring. Okay, so coming back to the local improvement plan, this is a locally retained plan, although it follows all of the same criteria and also requires board approval. Our comprehensive support is required a targeted improvement plan. This is a federal identification. This plan is submitted to TEA and requires board approval. And then we have a turnaround plan also for our comprehensive support and improvement campuses. And this one's submitted to TEA, requiring board approval and also approval from the commissioner. So in order to create a good plan, we need to know what it takes to get out of the identification label. And so when we look at the identifications, TSI and ATS, as well as the unacceptable rating, consecutive unacceptable rating, is a one-year process. Once we hit our targets and we have improvement, our students are improving, then we no longer have the identification for school improvement. Comprehensive support and improvement, on the other hand, requires 2-year plan and 2 years of progress. So now that we have a little bit of background, we're looking at our campuses that we're supporting in the improvement plan development and implementation. So our comprehensive support and improvement campuses are listed, as well as the additional targeted and targeted support. I'm going to share a little bit about each one on why they were identified, because that helps us to determine the plan to best support them. So our turnaround plans are being developed by Murphy Pre-K 8 and Guillen Middle School. They're both CSI campuses. They have the unacceptable count for the 3 years, and we are submitting to TEA with commissioner and board approval. Here are our campuses, CSI campuses that are preparing targeted improvement plans. They are in their 2nd year of progress. So they were identified in 2024. That first row shows the progress that they made in 2025, and we fully expect to make the progress required to exit CSI in 2026. Our campuses identified for additional target and support, keeping in mind that these campuses, it is because of one student group. Ultimately, the whole purpose of closing the gaps federal report is to ensure that all students are performing, and we're closing that gap. So we have listed there for each campus the student group that is being supported through the improvement plan. Then we have our TSI campuses who are also preparing a local improvement plan. The letter grades that are listed under each campus are the scores for the 2025 STAR, or 2025 accountability, excuse me. And then listed underneath there are their identified student groups. So our campuses are performing overall the letter grade. So really this is just identifying the student group and ensuring that all students are succeeding. So to present the plans, rather than stay another hour, we've decided to combine them by their improvement plan. So we have several campuses who are approaching the school improvement through the ACE model. We have Charles Q. Murphy, Guillen, and Dr. Tinajero Pre-K 8 that are in the implementation year of the ACE model. The ACE model has 5 core pillars. So the 5 core pillars begin with strategic staffing, ensuring that we have high qualified teachers and staff on campus. Pillar 2 is instructional excellence, and that is training for teachers and instructional leaders on aggressive monitoring that helps to ensure that we know students are learning in the moment of instruction. Research-based instructional strategies, that all of our teachers are using the best practices possible. And then our observation and feedback training for our school leadership then ensures that our teachers and our staff have coaching and monitoring of the implementation. The third pillar is extended school day, where we see we have additional time for whatever I need for classes, for students. Targeted intervention, this also ensures students have a hot supper. And then enrichment opportunities, because then that connects us to pillar 4 for wraparound services. So our ACE model ensures that not only are we addressing the academic, but we're also ensuring that we're building relationships with students and the community and parents. And so we have the curriculum that we're utilizing, as well as the Ron Clark House system to build belonging for our students. So if you're a fan of Harry Potter, it's much like the Harry Potter houses, okay? And then our 5th pillar is the strong partnerships, partnerships such as with Project Vida to support for mental health and supporting students, and other community engagements. The ACE pillars also involve our staff, our leadership teams, to invite parents in to see all the wonderful things that we're doing in the evenings. Okay. Of the 5 pillars, Hart Elementary is in their initial year, which we're looking at this year. We're doing instructional excellence. They've received the trainings listed there, and they are also received the training for the wraparound supports for capturing kids' hearts. And that's their extent of their improvement plan. So the next 2 campuses, Bobby Joe Hill Pre-K 8 and Cooley Elementary, are a redesign action, which is following the STEM model. So you can see their common action steps, and ultimately it's ensuring that they have the coaching staff to support them as a STEM coach. They are working towards and being trained on the National STEM certification for their teachers and their campus. And they have the leadership team for collaboration and planning. So as they work through their plan, all plans are monitored quarterly with student data and ensuring we have stakeholder engagement. Okay, and then our last group of campuses are the school transformation improvement plans, and their common action steps ensure that we have the strengthening of Tier 1 instruction through professional development, supporting the instructional coaches, and ensuring that we have consistent coaching from district leadership. We are ensuring the action steps here as we have in all the others, but I would like to point out that as we previously saw with our ATS and our TSI, it's specific to the student group that they're identified. So their improvement plans look very similar to what we've seen with the other 2 groups, but it's more focused on that student identified group. So here are our goals that we are committing to and submitting to TEA later this week. As you see the Domain 3 Closing the Gap section, it incorporates the academic achievement, student growth, helps the student success star score. But overall, if you look at the last column, once we calculate our goals, those are our expected outcomes in 2026 accountability. So our request is for approval. In alignment with El Paso ISD commitment to student success and continuous improvement, it is recommended that the board approve the submitted school improvement plans for the 2025-2026 school year. The plans reflect a comprehensive research-based approach to improving student outcomes, closing achievement gaps, and meeting state and federal accountability standards. Approval will enable campuses to implement targeted actions that drive academic excellence and equity across the district.
So at this time, we'll pause as it is a public hearing. President Hanani, if you'd like to address the public.
Yes, if we could just open the floor to any member of the public who would like to speak to the board on this item. Thank you. And then I'd like to open to any trustees who have any questions or comments about this item. Do you have a question?
There's a pretty comprehensive narrative type dissertation that you can peruse through with very specific information. One of the things that we didn't mention was in some of the schools, we have students who are identified as having had a lack of progress or significant lack of progress that have been continuously enrolled in that school. So that would mean they were in pre-kinder, first, second, third, fourth, and those kids are not performing. So that is probably one of the biggest challenges, because in some of those cases, it's families that you deal with that have the support systems in place, the wraparound services, and so that is a big challenge. And those are in the LIP. So we are aware of all of the different schools. Very fortunate that both myself, I used to be the district school improvement coordinator in a different district, and then Guy Rosales, who oversees Monica and this directorship, used to be part of school improvement here in EPISD. So we've been collaborating a lot. Could not do the work without the amazing principals that are sitting here in the back and their leadership. It is a lot of compliance, and it is a lot of, did we move the parents? Did we engage community holders? Did we check those boxes? And ensuring that over time, we have milestones that we've submitted to the state to say, at this point, with this data check, we are here. And I'm really proud to say that My team did a deep analysis of the interim STAR reports, which you'll get a board update later. But I'm proud to say every one of our 18 schools that are in some kind of school improvement action have made their milestones to date. So it is a wonderful thing to see and hear and know that despite whatever targets or labels they may have, that the work continues and that we're moving ahead with the district's agenda of improving student outcomes for every kid in our school.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
I do have some questions, I'm sorry.
Trustee Sutton?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I was looking at this earlier, and it's kind of hard to understand. And you did explain it well, but I guess my first question is, how are the schools identified in the first place?
Through their STAR scores and the different groups that maybe are not performing relative to their general counterparts. So, for example, in some cases, like I believe at Navarrete, right, the white students there were not performing at whatever trajectory that the state has or federal government has identified, and so now they're part of a local improvement plan.
So can you explain the difference between the federal and the state expectations?
You want to go back to that slide?
Yes. So the state has actually intentionally mirrored the federal requirements so that we don't have more than 3 labels. And so the state then, what the state requires is they have consistently unacceptable rating of an F for 3 years or a D for 3 years consecutively, then they're identified as comprehensive support and improvement. So it's the same label, whether they're identified for the state as having the 3 years of a D or 3 years of an F in a row, or if they're identified because their STAR, Closing the Gaps report, is totaling the bottom 5% of the state.
That's the domain 3 that we were looking at.
Domain 3.
specifically.
So can I ask then, because the 2 that were ACE, I guess?
Yes.
Is it Murphy and Guillen?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what Canyon Hills had done? Or are they still in the process? Is that the same thing, right?
Correct. It's the same model. It's a restart model, it's a restart action as per the state, utilizing the ACE model.
So then the rest of these schools are not that?
No.
They're just on improving for different reasons, on an improvement plan for different reasons? Okay, I think that's it.
If I may,
Trustee Call, sorry.
can you pull up the student outcome goals?
Do you want to click?
So these schools are either RCSI, right? For RCSI campuses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's a pretty big jump, especially for Guillen, 35 points. And based on the what is it, the assessments that they take?
Interim STAR.
Interim STAR, that's what I meant to say. But based on that, like, we're on track for this?
So I do believe they are. As a matter of fact, TEA does come out and audit the schools. Amber Donnelly, who's an agent of TEA, came out personally and walked the school. And Berta can clarify if I misspeak, but they were here last year and saw the school before the ACE model was implemented. She came back and she said, this is day and night. There's high quality instruction happening in every classroom. The leadership is very involved. If you follow her Twitter page, if you're on social media, you can see events happening quarterly. They have a comprehensive support. She constantly texts me, can I bring teachers in on a Saturday? Can I tutor? We started seeing those changes last year. This year, the last year when she would recruit kids to come to tutoring on a Saturday, for example, she'd have 15 kids. This year, it's 75 kids or none. I mean, every kid is engaged. There's a lot of other things, not just academics, that that school is really, really leaning into in terms of student sort of incentivizing being in school, loving their teachers. And so that culture of that school has transformed. I don't know about an A. because it's showing an A, but it might be with a progress measure that they're going to be very close to getting there. So Tinejero, for example, without the ACE model, went from an F to a C. That is the impact that the principal that's sitting in that chair had with the teachers from last year. So I would argue too that now some of our schools, as we refine our practices and as we iterate some of those strong fundamental practices, proud to say that she doesn't know this, but the Crockett principal is here. And I'll be very surprised if they're not either a B or a C next year, based on their data that we have right now.
I can't wait to see the results of this. And just so that we're clear, like on the ACE model, the first pillar, the strategic staffing, that's a euphemism for everybody's reapplying for their jobs, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Correct, but there's also an ACE light model where, depending on the criteria that the school uses, the school improvement school uses, there are certain people that can come back or qualify to be reapplied. But typically, part of the issue is the staff that's currently sitting in those chairs in those classrooms not being able to move the needle with those kids, and so that's what caused them to get that label. So it's always interesting. For me, it was a very new process and a very new system that I walked into, but I totally see the benefit. Again, it's very, very driven through our partners with TEA, but also the principal in that chair really matters because, as I said, there are some schools, some principals that are sitting in the audience today that pre-ACE restaffing already had moved the needle. And so I think it's important to recommend that the staffing is tight, but that the leadership and the actions that we described are also tight.
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying this, and I appreciate your team's hard work. I think what you guys do is really cool. Like, I love the whole notion of turning things around, and if I was to work in the administration, I'm sure I would be with you guys. So one last clarification question. So if I'm understanding this situation correctly, any of these student groups can trigger like the identified ATS campus. That's crazy to me that like even really small groups can trigger that. Like just for an example, like at Richardson, like the white subgroup can trigger this designation, which I'm guessing that's not a very big group.
I think there are certain cuts, like for example, I think it'd have to be 25, a group of at least 25 students. So at least 25 students that took the STAR test at that school last year who didn't perform like their peers.
Okay.
So I will tell you as a principal, I always watch my Native American Pacific Islander population.
Right.
And
right.
I would tell the parents, are you sure that this is did you do this by mistake? Because we're getting really close, right, principals? You got to make sure you are
right.
When families register, that they understand what the question is asking and that they're identifying themselves by their race or ethnicity as appropriate. I mean, we would never change it, but we want to make sure that they understand sometimes they might select something different. And then it sometimes can come to one or two kids.
Yeah.
That is a reality.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Call. Trustee Leverage.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to congratulate you all on the progress that we're seeing and hope for continued success as we move forward. I also wanted to thank the principals and the teachers as well who are making sure that this work is getting done at every level. So it's very important that we recognize them as well. Just a high-level question, I suppose. Could you describe the difference between intervention at the high school level versus at the elementary and middle school levels? And then also, how are you thinking about feeder patterns generally and looking at cascade effects over time? So if students are underperforming at the middle school level, are you thinking ahead to how they might perform when they enter into a high school setting?
So that's a loaded question. But I'm going to start with high school. The intervention in high school is differently. Typically, that intervention, and a very real example of that is our reading interventionist at high school. In high school, kids may come as a recent immigrant or they didn't have any schooling, and so their reading proficiency is so low that how can you teach them civics or other things? So, but our reading interventionists are high school teachers. High school teachers typically don't train, and their pedagogy doesn't surround teaching kids to read. So we partnered with House, who basically taught them the fundamentals of reading and then equipped them to be able to address those deficits in phonemic awareness and those kinds of things. Other schools, some schools use their interventionists to actually teach courses, which, it's not necessarily the best practice, but it does happen. We've written a manual on how to use your interventionist, and we just recently met with principals regarding if the interventionist is working in isolation. That is absolutely not the vision of my department, because the interventionist is sort of adding to the layers of support for campus. And so typically what would happen is they take the MAP test and then identify so many kids. And then let's say 2 or 3 in kinder qualified for intervention. And so the interventionist, that whole human being that is highly skilled, would pull 2 kids this period, 2 kids next period. So my director of intervention and her coordinators went out and audited every single campus. They looked at rosters, qualifying criteria, and then we expanded the criteria and told the principals, you get to decide who they intervene. You know your kids better. And so if you have to up that threshold a little bit to ensure there's at least 10 kids in intervention, that's what we're going to do. And most recently, what we're doing now is really connecting the work of what happens in the classroom. Because they don't just come and they don't have magic wands, they really, or pixie dust, they really work on foundational things, but they must address the rigor and the context of those kids when they go back to class, because they're missing out, right? So it's important that that connection is there. So most recently, I did share with the principals, if your interventionists are working in isolation, we need to pull them back and make sure that they're working together collaboratively with your team and your teachers to ensure that that work is connected. One more thing I did want to address. So we are an Algebra for All district. Very proud of that. Our data looks very promising on the interim. I think we're already superseding last year's performance at this time for all the schools. So now that we're doing that, typically at a high school, your algebra scores, are a good part of your accountability piece. Now we're pulling them off, and then we are really looking at English 1 and U.S. history, which they do pretty good at, but English 1, not so much. So I think in anticipation of that, the principals and us have been planning together. The data looks very promising in English 1. It's above in most schools, most high schools, it's above. But now we're going to really lean into the CCMR piece. And the IBC is to ensure that as we weigh those a little more closely, we identify those kids. We've already done a very soft audit of every high school. Jason Long and his team went out to the high schools and then looked at where are the kids sitting at in what classrooms and what classes were prerequisites for them to be able to get that IBC, that industry-based certification. Because if they don't take those prerequisite courses and they take the test, that's wonderful. We'll get the CCMR credit, but we won't get the IBC credit. And so, again, all of those decisions are very purposeful and planned out. I do want to commend Austin High School, who is one of our schools, because they actually went out to Austin High School. They started with the counselors. They were changing schedules right then and there. And so that's the kind of responsiveness that I would expect my team to have, so that we're mitigating whatever things that we're doing as a district, that we're also supporting what changes in accountability may be coming. So not sure if I answered all your questions.
No, that's very good. And it was a loaded question that you gave me a chance to say congratulations to Austin High School for its moving progress. So thank you so much, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you.
If I may, one last thing. Something you said just reminded me of something that I wanted to brag on you guys real fast. You mentioned the social studies piece of it. In this district, I've felt for a long time that was kind of like the neglected stepchild of elementary and particularly middle school curriculum and instruction. And what you said just now reminded me that to tell you that I have seen a dramatic change in that in the last year or two. My third grader just this week was telling me how fascinating it was how the Roman Empire was founded, you know, with the two brothers getting raised by the wolf and everything. And then my 8th grader at Haskins was telling me all about the Whiskey Rebellion recently. And I'm, as a non-trained historian like Dr. Loveridge, very amateur, that just geeks me out, and I love seeing that, and I love seeing the kids get excited about it. So whatever is happening on that piece of it, keep doing it, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. It's good, consistent growth, and all the promises you've made, you've kept. So just really, really appreciate the work that you all are doing and continue to do. So thank you so much, and we'll see you in just a bit.
Yes.
That will take us to item 8A, discuss and take appropriate action on approval of 2025-2026 federal and state required accountability school improvement plans for identified campuses. Ms. Collins, do you need me to read the whole thing?
Well, you read the first part.
Okay, thank you. Is there
It's clear that you're going to vote on item 8A.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Is there a motion on the item?
Move to approve 8A.
That is a motion by trustee Cuellar. Is there a second?
Second?
That is a second by trustee Leverage. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 7-0. That will take us to item 8B, discuss and take appropriate action on El Paso Independent School District Board of Trustees resolution requesting administration to evaluate the removal of the District of Innovation exemption from the 90% attendance rule. Thank you, principals.
Miss Liz, do you know where you hid the PowerPoints?
Wait, it keeps changing to this.
This one? Right? It's this one. No, it's District of Innovation? Right, but I had some.
You have another one? Okay. Let's do it here, because I don't know what. Which one?
That's it.
Okay. Clicker.
Thank you for your patience. President Hanani, Interim Superintendent Ms. Agati, and all board trustees, my name is Maribel Macias, Chief Organizational Transformation and Innovation Officer. I'm here today to share with you a little bit of our District of Innovation attendance update. As you all know, back in June, you all gave administration a directive to look at our exemption rule, our DOI exemption for the 90% rule. And with that, you all provided us guidance of what to look for and what to research. So we actually looked at the use and implementation of this exemption. We looked at multiple data sets. We are currently in the process of getting input from multiple stakeholders, from students, teachers, families, principals. And we also wanted to look at what are their next steps. District of Innovation, we've had it implemented since 2015. It came up 2016, implemented in EPISD, and we're in 2026. So what are our next steps if we do want to approve the exemption or remove it? What does that look like? So in August, what we did is we created a committee. There are 20 stakeholders, district leaders within our departments. There's 15 departments represented, and we've had 8 meetings. And what we did is we started doing a lot of the research. So the research that we started with was what is the 90% exemption that we currently have? And if we didn't have the exemption, what would that look like? So what we found was in May of 2015, House Bill 1842 passed, and at that time it gave districts in good standing the ability to be able to create a local innovation plan and submit it for approval. A year later, EPI State submitted their plan, and at that time, it already had the exemption, the 90% attendance rule exemption that was approved. Anytime you submit an innovation plan, if approved, it's good for 5 years. So 5 years later, in May of 2021, again, another exemption was submitted, it was approved, and that exemption, or in the innovation plan, was approved again. So in May of 2026, coming up in about half a year, it's our time again to look at all of the District of Innovation items that we have. We have about seven of them on there, and the exemption is one of them. So in May, we will bring back that plan, and before that, possibly next month, we'll be asking for your recommendations for our committee. In order to do our local innovation plan, we have to have a committee, and it's comprised with some of the representatives that our board will give us, and then some district level representation. And that committee will come to you and provide you the District of Innovation plan in May. So at this time, just going back, all we're doing is looking at the attendance exemption at this point. So with the attendance exemption, well, what we found is this is currently the innovation exemption plan that we have. So if you notice with this exemption, what we have is students, they are awarded credit based on their content mastery. So any student from kinder all the way through high school, as long as they're passing their class or their course, they receive credit for that course because we have the exemption to the 90% rule. So that's currently what we have in our innovation plan. What we did is we also looked at, and this is from Texas Education Code 25.092, we actually looked at what it looked like. If we did not have that exemption, a student in any grade, as I mentioned, from kinder to 12th grade, they will not be given credit or a final grade for a class unless the student is in attendance for at least 90% of the days the class is offered. So with this, even though a student is mastering a class, they will not be promoted to the next grade level. So I'll give you an example for an elementary. That's the easiest implementation of this minimum attendance requirement. If a student, let's say in 4th grade, passing all their courses at the end of the year, they would be promoted to the next grade level if they were in attendance 90% of the 180-day calendar days that you all approve for us. Because those students, their truly promotion is due on the whole year. So that means that out of the 180 days, they would have to be present, what would that be? No more than 18 days absent, so they would have to be in school 172 days. If not, that's when there would be a plan, and there were many other details that this section 25.092 entails that the committee started looking through. And in looking through that, what we found was that in 2015, there actually was an internal audit. And that internal audit actually had a summary of findings and key recommendations for the procedures we had a decade ago, because that was the last time we actually had this in place, where we were actually looking at credit recovery for students to be able to be promoted to the next grade level or to receive course credit if they had more than the 90% required absences. So we looked at that, and we have that as part of our research file. And within that, what we started talking about is what data do we want to look at? Again, in the resolution, you all gave us specific data points, and these are some that we started looking at. So number one, the first data point that we looked at, if you notice, this is a 10-year attendance trend from 2012 all the way to current 2025. The little area that is in orange, that is, of course, when the exemption rule came in place. And the column in red is whenever we came back from COVID. So we wanted to see, attendance-wise, was there a discrepancy, or is there anything that we could see within the past 10 years? So we started looking at that data. We did the overall data. We looked at by grade level, high school, middle school, elementary, and we have all those data points that we looked at. The next data set that we looked at is there a correlation between students failing and attendance? So one thing that we found, if you look at the columns, of course, you have the two pillars there in between 2015, 2016 is when DOI was approved as far as the exemption, and in 2020, 2021 when we came back from COVID. So what we truly found is that the patterns show that students that have a low attendance rate are passing their class. So that's something that we saw. So the area in blue, and I might have said that a little bit incorrectly. So the pillar in blue, that is our students that are passing, and that is their attendance rate. So students that are doing well in class technically have good attendance. Students that are not doing so well in class or are not passing, they technically have lower attendance. And we wanted to see if there was a trend between before DOI, after DOI, and of course, COVID. And if you notice, you could see a trend there, and those are the things that we started analyzing within that team that we brought as far as our planning team. So we started saying, okay, if students are passing, if we had DOI and we actually look at their passing or their attendance the second quarter, does it increase or not? So we started looking at that information. So here in data set 3, it says, was loss of credit and an incentive for passing students to improve attendance. So if you notice in quarter 1, these are students that are passing. They might not have been here that 90%, so their attendance was a little bit shaky. Before DOI or the exemption, if you notice, those students came to school and a little bit more. If you notice, there was anywhere from a 3 to 4% increase. After DOI, they still kept coming to school. The increase was about 1 to 4%. And then, of course, after COVID, that's when we see that we know that attendance is now not as mandatory as it was once before. So that's something that we need to look at. What else can we do to make sure that students are coming to school? So this was something that caught our attention. Students that are passing, if they are not coming to school, we pay attention to them. Do they start coming coming more? Yes, they did, and they're still passing. And the one thing that we noticed, these students that are passing after COVID are not coming to school, even though we're paying attention to them and bringing, doing everything that we can to make sure they're coming to school. But they're still passing their class. So the next data set that we looked at was loss of credit and incentive for struggling students to improve their attendance. And you notice here what we saw is that students that are struggling, the next quarter, even though they're struggling coming to school, their attendance is still continuing to go down. So that was one thing that we said, okay, is it the chicken or the egg comes first? If a student is struggling, is it because they're not coming to school? Or when they don't come to school, does that mean that they start failing? So we knew that at this point, we said, let's dig a little bit deeper to this data set. And so we looked at students that were not passing below a 50. And if you notice, and these are all the things that we started looking at, students that were not passing but not at that critical 50% or below level, they were still coming to school about 60 to 70% of the time. But if students were below that 50% threshold as far as their grades, they were less likely, they were coming to school about half the time. So we started talking about, okay, what can we do for those students that are chronically absent? And I know that that's something that we consistently work on, and we have our student and parent services on this committee that are providing us all the protocols and procedures that they're putting in place. That was something else that we looked at. Another set was a graduation rate. So if you notice that little pillar, which is orange, that shows our 2016 when the District of Innovation was implemented and what occurred to our graduation rate after that. So we're looking at all of those different data sets. And from 2020 to 2021, that's again, after COVID, what does that look like? Data set number 6, one thing that we have had great meetings is that we have a lot of historians on our team. And in looking at all of the data, one thing that came up is they said, you know what, let's look at the trends of our data of attendance not taken. And I said, well, what does that mean? So attendance not taken, at the beginning of each day at 10 o'clock, everybody should be taking attendance. That way we know if our student is here or not. One thing that was, I was so glad that we had this data point, it shows us are we consistently taking attendance at 10 o'clock? And if we're not, we actually have a report that shows that in 2012, about 41% of our attendance was not taken. And one thing that we learned is attendance not taken, currently it defaults to present. So therefore, in looking at our data set for the last 10 years, we said, okay, were those numbers possibly inflated or not? So that's all the research that we started looking at. But the great thing in looking at this graph, look at 2026, all of the systems that our student and parent services have put in place and our campuses are implementing. You notice that we only, and it's current, but we have only 5.9% attendance not taken. That means that it is an expectation, and therefore individuals at 10 o'clock are making sure that they are taking attendance for their children. And that's what we want to see. We want to see a number less than 10% because we do have substitutes and we do have times that we don't take attendance. But then by the end of the week or within, I think it's 2 or 3 days, it should be rectified and approved if that is something that is in place. And one of the last data sets, and there's other data sets, I just wanted to give you a sample of the data that we're pulling to be able to give you a recommendation. The other data set that we found is, one question that came up is, you know what we've heard is that students from other districts that might have loss of credit are enrolling in our district and are choosing EPISD. So what we did is we pulled that data, and we did see that out-of-district transfers have increased within the past 4 years, and those students are actually coming to school at a higher percentage than those that are non-transfer. So we said, why is that? Possibly the carrot. That's what our administrators that we have on our committee that I'm going to share with you are saying, we need a carrot. What is it that we could do to truly teach and ensure that our students are coming? And the carrot is, if they're not doing well, possibly they might not be able to come to our schools. We don't do that. I won't say that too loudly, but those are conversations our administrators have. If you want to come to our amazing schools, these are the things that you have to do, and attending school every day is one of them. So one thing that we've also been doing is looking at our policies. So that's also something that I'm going to bring forward to you all. So the advisory committee that we started working with, we've had 2 meetings with them, is with campus administration. We have parents part of the committee and our counselors, and these are our advisory committee. We started with our planning team, truly gathering all of the information. And now what we're doing is we actually had a history and data session where we actually provided all this information to them. We reviewed our policies and procedures with them. That way they knew what we have in place. And actually tomorrow is our 3rd meeting where we're going to start working on our recommendations. And they're still asking us for additional data as we're looking through and working alongside with them. So there might be other data pieces that I will be sharing with the board before we give the final recommendation. Our Super SAC, it met yesterday. And they're also part of this committee where we're providing them the information, and they're giving us the glows and grows. What will work if we continue with the exemption, and what are things that we could improve? And the other thing we said is, how can we improve attendance? If you all feel that you want to keep the exemption, then what can we do to make sure that everybody comes to school every day? And actually, the Super SAC, I believe one of the committees, and I'm looking at Mr. Paz, is actually working on a presentation to provide the board. Usually, I believe they provide their presentations to you all in about April. So they're actually doing research to provide us recommendations on how to increase attendance for our students. And that way, that's something completely separate, but that way, they're also giving us their feedback. And we have a meeting coming up with a teacher advisory council coming up in December, where we're also going to ask them, what are your recommendations? What could we do to improve? And if we keep it, what can we do? And if we don't, what are things that we could do? We want to make sure that they provide us a well-rounded recommendation for you all. At this time, I'll answer any questions, but one thing that we are also asking for as far as administration is a possibility to update the resolution for us to provide you the recommendation in January instead of November 30th, which is a couple of weeks from now. Any questions?
Trustee Beals.
Yes. Thank you for that information. That was great. I do have a question. You said students must attend, was it like 90% of the time to be able to get their credit or move on to the next grade? My question is, what about, how does it work for students who go from sports to sports to sport? You know, and sometimes I have to remind my son, like, make sure that it's gonna be excused after we get the text message saying you know, your student was absent, you know, during this. For example, my son is one of those kids that he's going straight from football to wrestling to track, and he is missing quite a bit of days. What does that look like for athletes?
Yes, thank you for sharing that, because that was one thing that we actually got the information and presented. And what Student and Parent Services taught us is that if it's an approved event, as far as any type of athletic activity, fine arts activity, that it's an approved event, it should be coded that way, and that way does not count against a child's attendance. So that was something that we found. The other part of it that we found is, for example, let's say a student is volunteering, but it's not an approved event. At that point, the student would be marked absent.
Okay.
So with our fine arts, with athletics, with, you know, all of the great things and opportunities that our students are doing, as long it is documented, it's school approved, it has to be entered that way, and that way the code will appear. So as a parent, just ensure that, you know, say, hey, did you make sure that your coach submitted that paperwork to ensure that you're identified as, you know, going to the football
Right.
event?
Okay.
Then we'll be okay.
Sounds good, thank you.
I have some questions. Thank you, Ms. Macias, for being here. Please forgive me because I get a little confused. Because I remember in June when we signed and I voted, I think, I feels like forever ago. I did not think we were going to address this until next June. And so I'm not really clear on what you're needing approval for.
Perfect. What I'm needing approval for today is when you approved the resolution, it actually has the comprehensive date of November 30th to provide a recommendation for the exemption or not, as far as the research that we're doing. So I'm here today to ask for that extension till January because we're still getting feedback. Once we give the recommendation to the board in January, at that time, that'll give us guidance so that in May, we will come back to you with a recommendation for the District of Innovation. District of Innovation is submitted to TEA every 5 years. So this is the 5th year that we should be or this is the timeline that we should submit if we're going to submit a District of Innovation to be approved, and we will submit that in May.
Okay, so you're wanting an extension because this was supposed to happen November 30th.
Correct. And I wanted to give you just a little bit of an update of the work that we've been doing. And that way you see that we're still pending some feedback or the committee to finalize the recommendation, and we still want to go to the teachers and get their feedback.
What work exactly are you wanting? I feel like this data is sufficient, but what other data are you hoping to get?
Yep. Actually, the recommendation from the committee. Right now, the committee is still looking at data, still trying to get feedback from all stakeholders before we come and give a formal recommendation if to keep the exemption or to remove the exemption within our DOI plan that will be submitted in May.
Okay.
Thank you for asking me for clarity. I probably jumbled that up somehow.
Thank you, Trustee Sutton. So for me, I think one of the primary concerns that I have with the data, and there's a lot of data, and I think it's really good. It appears that the data is clear that there's sort of a drop-off once the exemption was implemented. But I think my first question would be, what's the spirit of the intention of the exemption to begin with regards to DOI status? My understanding is that the intention is that the exemption is provided so that students could have access to innovative experiences, so that they can miss more classes to be able to attend things that are related to curriculum instruction with regard to coursework related to the actual innovative districts that we provide. It appears that that's not necessarily the case. Can you talk a little bit about what the intention of the exemption was to begin with from its very inception point?
Right. And you're exactly right. The way that the exemption written, that was the intention at that time, and that was 10 years ago. I believe 5 years ago, they just carried over the spirit of the verbiage. And since then, what we've identified is that students, again, if they're competing or participating in district-sponsored events, they are not penalized attendance-wise. However, in looking at the information, the other thing that is not written here is all of the procedural pieces that have gone in place and what can we do for those students that are struggling attendance-wise. One thing that we also learned is that the District of Innovation didn't truly increase the attendance rates per se. Yeah, and I'll leave it at that, per se, because there's other factors that we're finding that possibly had our baseline inflated. So that's where we wanted to truly see, is that District of Innovation still necessary? And if it is, what other verbiage can we put in place? Because you're exactly right. The way that it was initially written was for our students to be able to participate and not be penalized. I believe when 10 years ago, that was being documented as days they had to recover. But now we have clarity from TEA that those days do not count. So that's also something, Ms. Hanani, that we're trying to get clarity for. If we do the exemption, why are we doing it? Because right now, with the way that it's written, it truly doesn't apply now. So we're trying to see, if we do, what is the intent of the exemption? And if we continue, or if we move away from it, that's the other piece. If we move away, how much time will we need to ensure that we put all the practices in place? Because what we're finding is, are we going to ensure that we have the plan, the completion plan? Are we going to have all of the recovery pieces? And if so, how long would that take so that we do it with fidelity?
Can you go back to the last slide real quick?
Sure.
So this last sentence struck me. Allow credit to be awarded, encourages more students to participate in such activities and allow credit to be awarded based on content mastery instead. So I take this as, because students are getting sort of real-world experiences, let's say field trips, or they're doing, career and tech experiences and internships and things like that, they're mastering the content through experiences, despite the fact that they're absent from a school building. The data shows that the opposite is happening. The data shows that the students are actually doing worse in classes when they are missing. So even despite the fact that there's a fall off with attendance, I think it's clear that the mastery isn't happening, and that's what this rule is designed for. It's designed to promote mastery of content through experiential experiences that are not happening at school, and we're seeing that the opposite is happening. So I do think that does need to be reflected in the recommendation. I think that part is missing. I think what has happened instead of content mastery is we're kind of falling into this backward cycle of kind of using it as a crutch to get kids to receive credit. And I think that can be a dangerous cycle, on top of the fact that it seems like we're losing significant funding because of it. So I think the data is pretty clear, and I guess my question would be, what are the next, how can we fold that into, the committee's recommendation?
Right, and that's what we're looking, the other thing that, again, just for time, we didn't put it in here, but we have a lot of procedures that have been implemented within the last 2 years. So we also have a data set to show with the implementation with fidelity of this, as far as, taking attendance on time when students are absent, submitting the reason for the absence. If students are going to athletic events, making sure we document. We have data to show that implementing those systems with fidelity is increasing our attendance. So we want to also discuss the procedures and protocols that we have in place. We're also looking at policies that could potentially continue to move us in the right direction. And those are all the things that we're going to incorporate within our recommendation that comes to you in January.
It sounds like there is a desire to have a hybrid model that says if we increase procedures to take attendance, we can raise attendance and still keep the exemption. I think the danger of that is if we're not finding the content mastery is happening, then essentially we could be increasing attendance even more having the exemption. So we're doing something to increase attendance that's not related to the exemption itself. And I think that can be, I think just kind of accepting a hybrid could not necessarily be like the spirit of what the intention of the exemption was to begin with. I think that can be counterproductive. It's almost like a shortcut, like we don't, and I see the other side of it is we've fallen into a trap of we're trying to increase graduation rates but the bottom line is we're seeing the kids who need to be in the seats the most are the kids that are falling off. I really, truly do think that needs to be prioritized, the academic achievement of students that are not attending school with regard to the intention of the exemption rather than can we apply Band-Aids to help raise it? Because, the argument could be made that it could be raised that much more if we remove the exemption. So that's my input.
No, perfect. And that was the spirit of bringing this to you all, so you could continue to give us feedback. And that way, when we present that recommendation to you, it has all these pieces. So what we'll do is we'll look at mastery. And we haven't looked at the data point, but we could definitely do that. And I'll get with the team to see what we could provide, just to show if we are provided mastery, and it could be with interim assessments or end of course, for our students that are failing and at what percentage. We could look at that.
Thank you. And I have one more question for Ms. Collins. Has there been any discussion in any legislative session with regard to this being not exemptable? Because I know sometimes there are those discussions in
Not
session.
that I'm aware of from this last legislative session. They really didn't discuss it.
Thank you.
Yep. We looked at that, and currently in the District of Innovation Plan that we have approved, we have 2 items that are no longer exemptable that we will be removing moving forward.
I think, and I asked that because I think, I asked if there was ever any discussion about attendance specifically, because if that's on their radar to make this not exemptable, then I think that might also be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Dr. Leverage.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Macias. To what extent are you all looking at what other similarly sized districts with similar demographics and similar attendance challenges are doing to rectify these problems?
We do have a data set that we will be providing actually tomorrow to the committee that shows other districts that have implemented the DOI model and what it looks like. And then we have data to show, again, regionally and in Texas, what districts our side that don't have the exemption, what does their attendance look like within the trajectory?
But has your team spoken to other folks who are addressing these challenges directly to ask them for advice and preparing possible solutions? Just districts that have succeeded in achieving a 94% ADA?
Not directly, but we definitely can.
Then
We have not directly talked to them.
Okay. I think that would be a very good idea, because there is a sort of element at some point of having to reinvent the wheel. It's always good to have data that is particular to this district. But at the same time, I'm certain that there must be another district out there that similarly has a similar profile and may have left District of Innovation status or have modified it at the very least to address attendance issues. Second to that, I think I'm just concerned generally that, we did set a deadline here back in June. I think it's something that was pretty clear from the board's standpoint that deadline be met. If we'd had, routine conversations between here and then, I think, we might have understood the necessity for an extension, but having a whole nother resolution, which is, I think, identical with just a new date on it, it does frustrate me, to be quite frank with you. And some of the dates on here, for consultation, were already in December. So I'm just wondering, when did it become clear that this deadline of November 30th that was stated in the original resolution, when was it clear that this was going to be missed?
I shared that with Ms. Aguirre as we were having our meetings, that was something that we could meet the deadline and get you the information by November 30th. However, we wanted to make sure that, again, in having the meetings with our advisory committee and the committee that actually built the plan, we were just getting into more and more information that it does require time to gather the data and to dissect and actually look at the information that we want to present to the advisory committee to be able to give them time to give us an informed decision. So that was something that was presented, and recommendation was we could move forward and provide the resolution, but we would, or the recommendation, however, we would rather ask for time to ensure that we're getting feedback from all stakeholders to be able to provide you a strong resolution, knowing that we could still meet the deadline of May to provide the final District of Innovation plan that would be approved to be submitted to TEA.
Understood. And I think we should move on. The question that I have is, can we be certain that that new deadline would be met? And then secondly, is there even a need to issue a new resolution? Because we have a standing resolution, could we just mark it late?
That was a recommendation that was made. Ms. Collins, I'll defer to you.
Well, actually, my recommendation was, since there was a resolution that had a date in it, that the board really needed to vote to move the date forward. It doesn't matter if it's by a resolution or if the board just votes to move the date from the previous resolution or grant an extension. Basically, same thing.
So just at this point, it would be voting on an extension. I think that's sufficient. Voting on an extension until what? What's the new date, Ms.?
January 20, which is our board meeting in January.
Okay. Okay, so I'll make that motion to move, to extend the date to January 20, I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah, I believe it's January 20th. Let me look just to make sure.
January 20th, yeah, that looks right.
January 20th of 2026.
To January 20th, 2026 for a comprehensive report and a recommendation. Yeah, I think that's sufficient. Is there a second?
Second.
That is a second by trustee Cuellar. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Ms. Macias.
Thank you.
We will now be moving on to item 8C. Discuss and take appropriate action on nominee ballot and resolution for nominee selection for the El Paso Central Appraisal District Board of Directors members. I do have in front of me here the vote and the ballot for the CAD board. Trustee Leverage, since you are on that committee, do you have any comments to make?
So just to explain to the trustees, there's a very convoluted system that has been set up by the state of Texas. I don't want to go into the details regarding it, but we have a lot of votes. And I serve on the CAD board, and I'm very happy to serve on the CAD board. I'm currently not up for reappointment to the CAD board, but there are 2 seats that are going to vote. Some of these positions are appointed by entities that are taxing entities in El Paso County. A couple of the other positions are voted upon at significant expense. So this is good because these are appointments from the individual entities. 2 of the members who are, 2 of the candidates who are on this list, Tenny Berg and Jackie York, are currently serving on the CAD board. And they serve well. I can't make any recommendations to you as a board as to how to proceed. I'm not familiar with the third name on there,
David Duran.
David Duran. I am familiar, however, with Marlene Bullard, and I only have good things to say about her. She's a trustee, president of the Tornillo ISD board. The importance of the CAD board is that it oversees Central Appraisal District for the county, and it's a board that is moving very efficiently and successfully in ensuring a very transparent management of the Central Appraisal District. So I'm very happy to say that things are going well over there, and we don't control your taxes, so please don't come after us, nor can we deal with anything to do with appraisals or valuations or anything of that. Only had a very professional experience with the current folks who are on the board, Tanny and Jackie, and can't speak highly enough of either of them, but you have to apportion these votes as you see fit, and you can give all to one, you can split it 4 ways, or apportion, half to one and half to another. It's worthy of discussion.
I'd like to just let the board know since this is our discussion on this, because I was really looking into this since we are a taxing entity along with, other entities. We don't have as many votes as others, but we do have a big chunk. And so I did reach out to a couple of people with the Greater El Paso Association of Realtors because they keep up with CAD. And they did say that they are familiar with, like Jack said, Tenny and Jackie. They would be their suggestions to keep them on, just so that you all know that. I would probably suggest that as well. So we could split our votes between them two. We could split all 4 votes. We could split our votes between all 4 people. We could give them all to one. If there are any questions or comments, I don't know if anybody else has anything, because we do have to make this decision.
Do we know how the other school?
I know Isleta, they only had 172 votes. They voted for Jackie York. They split their votes between Jackie York and Marlene Bullard. I know that Marlene serves on the Tornillo School Board. I think she's president. We also know her, but just my input for the rest of you to make, in case you wanted to help, in case that helped to make a decision.
Personally, I think it is good to have some alignment with school district taxing entities. So my preference would be to include Marlene Bullard in the split vote. I don't know much about David Duran, so my preference would be a 3-way split between Tanny, Marlene, and Jackie.
Ms. Collins, I have a question. The motion as written, it suggests casting all in favor. Was I incorrect in saying we could split them? Just wanted to clarify.
No, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
Yeah, you can split it up as how you would like. Now, if you suggested a 3-way vote, that would be 133.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to ask me about math.
No.
Any other comments, suggestions?
I would echo the same thing, to do an equitable split amongst those 3 individuals named prior to.
Okay. That being said, is there a motion? I do think we have to read this motion a little bit more clearly. So it would be 133, 133, 134. Is there a preference on who gets 134?
It's all 133.
Oh, how many are there? Oh, there's 399. Sorry, I don't know why I thought 400. Alex, would you like to make the motion? So it'll be 133 times 3, yeah. Yes. So weird. So 1, 2, 3.
Do you want some help? I think I.
I was going to ask Ms. Collins, would it be that I move that the board nominate?
Turn on your mic, Alex.
Sorry, excuse me, all. Ms.
Yeah, it would
Collins,
be,
would it be that I move that the board nominate and then all three names and then cast 133 votes? In
Each?
favor, each in favor of? Each three names?
each
Again.
each of those candidates.
Okay. I move that the board nominate the following three candidates: Tanny Berg, Marlene Bullard, and Jackie York, and cast 133 votes each, and adopt the resolution for nominee selection reflecting the same nominee selection and votes cast, and authorize the board president to complete and submit the completed ballot and resolution to El Paso Central Appraisal District.
A second.
That is a motion by trustee Cuellar and a second by trustee Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 7-0. That will take us to item 8D, discuss and take appropriate action to create the following board committees: academics, finance and operations, and policy. Those are three. Trustees, as you'll recall, at our recent meeting to discuss board operating procedures last month, we discussed bringing this to the board because we do have to have board action to appropriate members to each committee. These were the ones that we had sort of settled on, just generally. If there are any sort of, if there's any input onto the committees that we're talking about, please share now. Otherwise, we can just kind of have volunteers for what committees. No, we're all good with those three? Okay, so for, Ms. Collins, can you remind me with the responsibility of what that is referencing?
So really for each of these committees, because those were the three committees that, that the board talked about having, and so it was academics, policy, and finance and operations, so there's three committees. And according to BDB Local, you form it's the board that forms the committee by action, so it'll be by vote. You get to decide how many board members are on a committee. I suggest less than a quorum, although I will say we do post all of our committee meetings, so we always comply with the Open Meetings Act. But the idea is a committee isn't supposed to replace what the board does, because the board really needs to do all of its work here on the dais. You would be looking at the term of a committee. Probably you may want a 1 or 2 year term. That depends. That's really up to you. And just a brief description of what you think the responsibility of the committee is.
Excuse me, one question before I do that. Does the board president serve as ex officio on all committees, or I can't remember if that was in policy?
No, not anymore. When BDB Local was amended or approved again, it doesn't make the board president ex officio to all of them.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. So it looks like if we did three slots, 3 committees, that's a total of 9 slots total. One person, 2 people would do 2 committees. So I guess the question that I would ask, and we can just go in order, it doesn't matter what side, is what one committee would you prefer to be on more than anything else?
Yeah, I'll go first. Just the academics committee and then the finance committee for me.
So one is academics.
And I'm fine with serving on only 2.
Everybody's going to get 1, and then 2 people will get 2.
I want to volunteer for
sorry.
2 then, if that's okay, academics and operations.
Academics and operations, so academics and finance.
I'll volunteer for operations.
Okay, hang
Well,
on.
I'm sorry, finance and operations is actually one, so the motion that we gave you is a little bit wrong, because one of those should be policy, and I apologize for that.
Oh, yeah, you're right, there is a policy, there should be a policy.
So
for
it's academics, finance and operations, and then policy.
it. Okay, so that's 12 now. So now 5 people get 2. Okay, so Daniel still wants academics and finance.
So then I'll move to academics and policy.
So, Sezzy, there's academics, you're saying operations and finance are one committee?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we create two committees? Because,
If you want to,
Okay.
the board can certainly do that, but typically finance and operations has always gone together. There may be other advisory committees that you have, and I know that the superintendent was polling the departments to find out all of the different committees that are out there so that we can make sure that the board's aware of them and who's on them. Do they need to be upped? But this is just dealing with the board committees, that these are committees that are just made up of board members versus, let's say, the DOI committee that is made up differently, or the school attendance zone committee, which is created differently. So there's a number of different committees. So, but typically, there's been these three committees, or there used to be. We'll go back to that.
Yeah.
It was academics, finance and operations, and
what did we
policy.
discuss the last, what were the three that we discussed the last time? Was those the three?
those were the three.
Okay. So I think academics, finance, operations, I think there's a lot going on in operations, to be honest with you, that they could be, and it would give more trustees an opportunity to participate. Seems like there's interest. So then that's four. So academics, finance, operations, and policy. So Daniel, academics and finance. Mindy, academics and operations. Trustee Beals.
I pick policy, please.
Okay, so Trustee Beals will do policy.
I'd like policy and operations.
Trustee Osterland, there's at least one spot in each, so you've got
Finance and operation.
finance. Okay, Trustee Leverage, we've got a spot in academics, finance, and policy.
Finance.
Finance, okay. I got everybody, yes, I'll put myself on academics and policy, and that is three each. Okay, there we go. Okay, so terms, is there a preference for terms? Again, these are open meetings for all. If we did 1 year, it would give a chance for people to rotate out. Okay,
I'm good with that.
1 year. And with the responsibility of discussing academics.
All things related to those topics, and I think that you could, I think once you create the committee and you can give it a very broad sense of responsibility, if the committee gets going and determines later on, let's narrow this down a bit, it's too big, you can always do that and bring it back to the board.
So for now, can we just establish the committee, appoint the person and the term?
Yes, and I would just say that the responsibility is to report back to the board on those topics.
Okay, perfect. Do you all mind if I just make these motions since I've got it in front of me? Okay. Can I do it all at once? Suzie, are you okay with that? I move that the board establish the academics committee by appointing the following three trustees. I have to look at my cheat sheet here. Daniel Call, Mindy Sutton, Lee Hanani, for a term of 1 year and with the responsibility of reporting back to the board. I move that the board establish the finance committee by appointing the following three trustees.
Finance and operations.
We separated them.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Daniel Call, Robert Osterland, and Jack Leverage for a term of 1 year and with the responsibility of reporting back to the board. I move that the board establish the Operations Committee by appointing the following three trustees: Mindy Sutton, Alex Cuellar, and Robert Osterlin for a term of 1 year and with the responsibility of reporting back to the board. I move that the board establish the Policy Committee by appointing the following three trustees: Valerie Beals, Alex Cuellar, and Leah Hanani for a term of 1 year and with the responsibility of reporting back to the board. Do I have a second?
Second those four motions, yes.
That is a second by trustee Leverage. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 9A, House Bill 3, beginning of year pre-K circle progress monitoring.
Liz, could you assist me, please? I don't want to break the dice.
I don't even know if it's still here.
That's it.
And use the clicker. Okay, and that's all.
Good evening, President Hanani, Interim Superintendent Aguirre, and members of the board. Al Garcia, Chief Academic Officer. Today, in keeping with the cadence of our HB3 reporting goals, we're here to present data. Ms. Marquez regrets she's not able to attend tonight, but Veronica, who oversees early learning, will be here to assist me with the presentation, along with the members of our early childhood team. So today's data review is really going to look at pre-K and pre-K outcomes. God bless you. And I'll start by just sharing with the board some of the measures that we measure with our 4-year-olds. There are emergent literacy measures to include listening, sentence segmentation, rhyming, to identify and produce rhymes, alliteration, syllabication, and onset rhyme. Those are all precursors for reading and literacy. And under the math area, some measures that we test include rote counting, shape naming, number discrimination, number naming, shape discrimination, counting sets, and operations. So data's in. We compared last year's end-of-year data with this year's data, and I'll turn over to Veronica, who will be specifically looking at the actual goals and the outcomes and where we stand.
Good evening, President Hanani, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Ms. Aguirre. I do want to, go back to the slide that Mr. Garcia was referring to, because I want to take you through memory lane to explain to you a little bit why you're going to see on 2024 no data for literacy, but you're going to see a baseline for 2025. So previous to last year, we were focusing on letter naming as opposed to phonological awareness, which is a better precursor for pre-literacy and building literacy, correct? So one of the things that we did, we focused on the sub-measures that were going to be tested. And that's what Mr. Garcia explained, the listening, the sentence segmentation, so kids were able to actually look at text and divide into sentences or into words, right? The rhyming. So when we look at emergent literacy under phonological awareness, we do have 7 subtasks. Rhyming is 2. It's going to be your identification and your production, as well as alliteration, syllabication, and onset rhyme. So that's what you're going to see for the goal for early literacy, and then you're going to continue seeing the same math goals. So when we look at our early literacy progress for our pre-K 4 students, the goal was to increase 5% from the baseline by 2027. And this is based on the students that were already on track. So if you see, I'm referring back to that 2024 where we have no data, because again, we were on a different section, we were looking at letter naming. But for 2025, when we switch to that phonological awareness, you see that now we have established a baseline at 74%, and this is end of year results. For 2026, the goal is to actually increase that 3% points to 77%, and then by 2027, accomplishing that 5% increase to 79%. What we can see here is a comparison between the end-of-year exam that was taken back at the end of the 2025 school year and beginning of year for the 2026 school year. So we can see that the number of students that were on track last year were at 74%. This year, at beginning of year, we're already at 74.5. So it seems like, we're on track. The number of students that need support, or the percentage, at the end of last year was 26%. This year, we're already, we're underneath by, 0.5, which brings us to 25.5%. So some of the supports that the team is providing currently, besides the alignment on that phonological awareness continuum, is very targeted PD, so we can go ahead and start supporting the students that are not on track. They are working with teachers on identifying, strategies and students' deficiencies by subtask, so they can go ahead and be able to target that student at, at the level that they need to be targeted. For math progress monitoring, same group of students, we're looking at our pre-kinder 4-year-old students that are on track at the end of the year with the current math screener in both English and Spanish. And the goal is to increase from our baseline at 86% to 90% again by June 2027. So for this assessment, or for this goal, we actually were able to establish the baseline last year at the end, I'm sorry, not last year, 2024, at the end of the year at 86%. This past year, we're already at 87%. Your English test scored at 88%, Spanish were at 85%, and the goal for the 2026 goal, the goal for the 2026 school year is 88%, so we can get to 90% by 2027. So here, when we compare end-of-year data for last year and beginning-of-year data for this year, we can see that we finished at 87% students on track. We're already at 83.5% for the beginning of this school year, with 16.5 students needing additional support. So again, the team is providing, one-to-one support to teachers. They are bringing them in 4 times a year for curriculum conversations, talking about their data, exposing them to that. Not only that, but they're working with, again, the differentiation and the student grouping, right? We're looking at students that are barely turning 4 compared to students that may be towards the end of that. And so they're going to need a little bit more differentiation. Another thing that the team is doing, they're, instead of monitoring just 3 times a year, they're actually monitoring every 9 weeks. So we don't have those gaps, and we just continue to grow the gaps in learning. So, we will bring back this data at, middle of year, so you all know how it's looking and the progress that we've made, so you can see if we're on target or what additional supports we need to establish. Are there any questions for us at this time?
I just wanted to add to last year, at the end of the year for UOI, some of the areas that were inconsistent, I would say. First of all, they're pre-K, right? And these are individual testing that we do, and I know Ms. Sutton definitely knows what I'm talking about. But what we noticed is the actual data kind of was a little irregular in the teacher observation piece, if you remember, last May. So I have a thought about how we're going to kind of mitigate that. Right now, teachers are testing their own kids. Maybe perhaps as we get closer to the end of the cycle, we have teachers test each other's kids, so it's a little more clinical. We do also want to make sure that anything we do, that we don't want to disrupt the rapport and trust teachers have with their teachers, but at the end of the day, we want to get as much data we can to make sure they're kinder and literacy ready. So going to look at that, kind of maybe try it out at some of the schools and see, and get teacher feedback saying, no, I know it's going to be tough if we tell teachers, why don't we have somebody else observe your kids for a more clinical approach? But that's something that we've kind of been kicking around and certainly want to begin to try so that we can really codify the data and the trajectory to be consistent. Because as you all know, I may be a stickler for testing, but maybe Veronica may be a softie and, well, it's her kids and she knows how much potential they have and, you know, she might be more generous in her assessment of the kids than perhaps I would be, right? So again, just for your information, the team is hearing this for the first time, so we're gonna make it happen, right, team? And I think it'll give us better quality of data, so.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Yeah, I have a
Trustee
question,
Sutton?
but I also have a comment to kind of counter that. The thing is, though, when they're little, they're 4, they trust their teacher and they don't trust a stranger. So that's hit or miss with what they're going to give you. They might just shut down. You know that, but, you know, it's difficult. And I
It's
understand that
hard,
there's,
it's hard.
that part is hard because they're so little. But I do feel like the teachers do their very best. And
Yes,
so do the
absolutely,
kids.
absolutely.
What's the current curriculum for pre-K?
We have Frog Street.
Frog Street.
And then is that, does that come up for adoption? Does that change periodically, or is it just what we always do?
We have actually done the curriculum for several years.
Okay.
We haven't heard of any changes at this point.
Is that considered high-quality instructional material? I know that pre-K is not
We don't have
mandatory,
these,
but,
no, there are no HQIMs for a pre-K.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Not yet anyway. I'm pretty sure the commissioner, as the SBOE looks at materials that are submitted for review, that eventually, I mean, they're still working through, for example, this year, they just approved Spanish curriculum for SBOE approval. So they're still working through the gen ed curriculum and the kinder through high school curriculum. A lot of pieces are still under review. So I imagine eventually that will come.
Is the pre-K 3 on Frog Street as well?
Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The only difference is we're not testing pre-K, you know, yet. They're following a checklist, the observation checklist, as opposed to the sub-measurement.
Yeah, I know, I'm just thinking of if our families have children in pre-K 3 and then they go to pre-K 4, that it's consistent. That's what I was just asking.
It is, and what I would share with you is, the pre-K curriculum has been pieced out, and when we do our trend walks, we look at where they should be in the curriculum, but it's pre-K, it's developmental in nature. And what I would share is that the early childhood team is really taking a different stance in their approach to PD, bringing teachers in, doing just-in-time PD, but also integrating a lot of the writing and writing opportunities at every station. You know, pre-writing skills with crayons, with pieces of paper and instruments of writing that are developmentally appropriate at each learning station that reinforces the concept and the skills that we're trying to lift throughout the general day curriculum. So very tight about that right now, in the hopes that, as you know, we launched a huge writing initiative that we start even with our 3-year-olds, so.
Yeah, that's great, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments? Thank you so much.
President Hanani, I need to go back to item 7D. The one policy that I was reading to you, which is BDB, it was changed to take you out as the president as ex officio, but BDAA keeps you in as ex officio. So as president of the board, you're actually ex officio to all board committees.
Okay, that's what, so
Yeah.
let's go back and amend, I guess, to,
The only thing that I guess that you would want to look at is if you even want to appoint yourself to any committee, and I believe that you
No.
asked for academics and policy.
yeah, so then I guess I would remove myself and just ask if anybody else wanted to be on the, so let me see, let me go back to this.
On policy, there's only 2 on policy. There were 3 on finance, 3 on operations, and 2 on well, I guess 2 on academics if we take you off.
Here we go. Thank you. Okay, so, yes, I have, so Valerie, since you're only on one committee, do you want to be on academic, either on academics or do you want to be on academics, I guess? Yes. Sorry. And then, Dr. Leverage, would you like to be on policy? Okay. So we'll amend that to have Valerie on the academics committee and Jack on the policy committee instead of me.
Yes, and remove you off the
Yes.
academics and policy committee, so that would be the motion.
Okay. So how do you want me to amend? How do you want
Yeah,
me to do
I would do a motion to a motion to amend the previous motion to reflect that the board president is already ex officio on all board committees, and therefore, as board president, you'll be removed from the Academics and Policy Committee as a member, but remain as a ex officio, and that trustee Beals will now pick up academics, and trustee Loveridge is going to pick up the Policy Committee, and that is the motion.
Okay, you want me to repeat it?
Somebody want to make that motion, or just
yeah,
adopt the motion
no.
that I made for you?
I would like to adopt the motion that Ms. Collins just made.
Thank you.
Yes, okay.
And then we have a second?
Second? Second from trustee Claire. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you, Ms. Collins, for clearing that up. Okay, then the next item is going to be item number 10, meetings to be closed under sections 551.071, 551.076, and
Miss
551.089 of the Texas Government Code.
Sorry, before you make that, I'd love to make one statement
Yeah,
before we
of
go to
course.
closed. Normally I come to you just in the ex officio role and just to be here as part of Fort Bliss. And today I'm here in that role, and I want to say thank you. Normally I'm asking questions about things that relate to our military kids. Today I just want to say thank you to Trustee Sutton. Over the last month and a half at Fort Bliss and across our Army, our Department of the Army civilians weren't paid, and they were going to work. We had 43 days where, at least for our Army garrison, I had over 1,000 folks who were going to work every day, doing everything from our police to our fire to all kinds of things. Our hospital ran with over 1,000 folks not being paid. And Trustee Sutton reached out, and we say it a lot around here that Fort Bliss is El Paso and El Paso is Fort Bliss, but her actions to start a food drive across multiple campuses in APISD show that that's not just words, that's action. And I just wanted to say thank you to Trustee Sutton for really leaning in, not just on our students, but our families. We know how important that is for our students to have a good meal at home. It makes all the difference in the world. And from my heart, I just want to say thank you and commend you.
You're welcome.
Sorry to do that to you a second time.
Thank you, Colonel Soka, and thank you, Mindy. If we could all just give Mindy a
You're quite welcome. Trustee Leverage did help me with that, and the students and the staff are amazing. So, and I'm looking forward to working with the Armed Services YMCA in the future and continue to help them. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that message, Colonel Soka. Oh, and I do need to note for the record that Daniel Call did arrive at 5:24 p.m. Thank you. Okay. Closed session?
To go into close.
I didn't, so the time is Okay, the time is now 9:01 PM, and this meeting is called back into open session. That's going to take us to item 11A. There will be no action. And then we'll go to 11B, discuss and take appropriate action on district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I move that the board accept the plan as discussed in closed session to include ongoing safety training for all campuses.
That's a motion by trustee Quer. Do I have a second?
Second.
That's a second by trustee Beals. Robert almost had it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. That motion carries 7-0. That takes us to item number 12, items on next month's agenda. Ms. Aguirre?
Yes, thank you. So in December, we are anticipating to present to the board for approval the annual financial report with the independent auditor's report for prior year. The plan had been to submit this and present at the November meeting, but with the federal shutdowns, we were unable to receive all required guidance that was due. TEA did make the exception to give us an extension. And so December would be our goal to submit. And then in January, anticipating school board month recognition and proclamation, will be recognizing and thanking the trustees for the support and leadership they provide our district.
Well, thank you again, Ms. Aguirre, for everything you do and for everything you've done for us. Really appreciative of all of it. That takes us to item 13. Time is now 9:02 PM, and this meeting is adjourned.